Are we good? Okay.
Nobody listens to me.
Okay. And we are, okay. Good evening, everyone. We're going to start with the invocation led by Mr. Willoughby and then follow with the Pledge of Allegiance and the Texas Pledge.
Father, we thank you for the opportunity to come together this evening to celebrate students' accomplishments, teachers, parents, and all staff for their work that they've done throughout the year and for the work that's about to come up this coming year. We ask for wisdom and discernment as we make decisions about students, schools, and our community. We ask that you know and search our hearts and help us make decisions and take actions that would be honorable in your sight. We ask that you lift up the Board of Trustees and the administration, provide them with clear vision, humility, integrity, and confidence to lead our district in a way that remains above reproach and in accordance with your purpose and will. As we go our separate ways, we ask for safe passage. We ask for continued grace and blessings so that we can come together again as good stewards of your children. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. All right, it is 6:02 p.m. on July 15, 2024, and I call this meeting to order, the Liberty Hill Board of Trustees. Let the record show a quorum of board members is present. This meeting has been duly called and posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code 551.001. Starting with item number 3 on the agenda, as audience with individuals or committees making a report or request, we will open the meeting to public comments. The board welcomes the public and its comments. We ask you to refrain from comments about any district employees without proper due process. Each speaker will be allowed 3 minutes to express his or her comments. Opinions expressed by speakers do not necessarily reflect those of the Board of Trustees or the administration. Even though we do not respond, the board is listening. We have one speaker tonight, Ms. Crystal Mancia, if you'll come on forward.
Nobody
Just,
else wants to
just one, just you.
So my apologies for, do I really need that? My apologies for just coming like this. I was hoping to get dressed up for you guys. Mayor of Liberty Hill, Crystal Mancia. But I wanted to take the time just to thank the school district for participating with the city with the 4th of July event. It was a great success, and we couldn't have done it without you guys. So I wanted to give my personal just thank you for that. And giving us an opportunity to do that on the piece of property that y'all have. It works out great, and the community loves it. Last year we had 9,000 attendees. This year we don't know yet, but when we do, I'll let Superintendent Snell know so that y'all know. But that's how many people we impact, not just in our community, but in surrounding communities. So we really appreciate your participation.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so now moving on to item number 4 is our budget workshop presented by Mrs. Guerrero.
Good evening, President Parsons, Superintendent Snell, and fellow trustees. This evening is a continuation of the 2024-2025 budget development process. We are bringing together a couple of updates. First, on the general fund budget. First updates related to the property tax revenue. We have completed, working with an audit firm, we've completed the property value study for 2023-24 with a positive outcome. It's very rare I can share positive news, so this is a good opportunity for us to share. We're still working with the auditing firm to submit the information to the comptroller's office, and we're working through calculating what that results in terms of additional tax revenue. So as soon as we have all of that finalized and calculated, but it was a positive result, and so So excited about that impact for this 23-24 fiscal year. What that does, though, also is look at our property value moving forward and looking at our 2024-25 values. We are to receive those certified property values no later than July 25th. We're working with Williamson Central Appraisal District. They are aware of our board meeting coming up and our tight timeline to get not only those certified values, recalculate, and do all the things again to finalize for our public posting. I'll talk about timeline shortly. Next, on state funding, we did receive an updated state finance template to recalculate state funding. This is not a once a year thing. It's actually more often than you think that we get updated templates. And so we've had some adjustments made. And again, you know, we're seeing some possible impact there. So once we have our certified values, it's calculating, recalculating, going through the template, and seeing what that outcome what that produces in terms of potential revenue changes. On the expense side, we did receive an update. Our TRS, this is the retirement TRS district contribution rate, has increased. Last year was at 1.9%, and that is increasing to 2%. And you think 0.1% is not much, but when you look at an $87 million payroll budget, that equates to about $87,000 in increased expenses. This does not impact the employee. This is on the district contribution that the district will make to TRS on behalf of the employees. So again, working through that and implementing that in the formulas, we will present those budget updates. So timeline between now and August 15th, thank you, board, for working on setting that date. That is a very big date when it comes to budget and our tax rate. We are required to adopt in a very specific order the budget first, the tax rate, and then if the board so chooses to call for a voter-approved tax rate election. And depending on, we have to state the number of pennies the board would like to move forward in that election. Depending on the number of pennies, if it requires, the board would then have to call for an attendance credit election. The budget that is adopted on August 15th must include the additional revenue and additional expenses related to the voter-approved tax rate election. So we will have to work very closely to have that ready to go. What I will show is what the budget would have looked like without that additional revenue and expense, and then what the budget would be adopted as, assuming the positive outcome on the school funding propositions. The other thing, the tax rate that is adopted also must include and make the assumption of the voter-approved tax rate election. So again, all of that is putting into place a positive outcome on that election. If that does not occur at the time of the election, then we have to go back and amend the budget and amend the tax rate. But what we put into place and adopt would be the assumption that it does get approved. Okay, so that will be happening on August 15th. It is a public meeting, so we will have to post 10 days prior to that in the newspaper, on our website, all the information, and make sure that we have that information out in the public and have any comments related to the things that we will be adopting on the 15th. Then comes the next stage between August and November, which is communication, communication, communication. Engagement is very important as well with all of our district stakeholders, internal and external stakeholders, to really educate and inform and get their participation in the district financial situation and, you know, again, support for our next steps in the process. October is another important month where we will release the efficiency audit. We are working with our auditors and putting all of our district's data together in comparison to our peer districts. So working with them on that report. The release of that report will be made public to the board. So we will have that presented to the board as well as posted on our website. That is a requirement of the efficiency audit. And then early voting begins mid-October. The dates have not been specifically specified. However, they're typically 20 days before Election Day and close 5 days prior to Election Day. And we know that the Election Day is November 5th. So that's that Tuesday, November 5th is Election Day. So a very tight timeline, not only between now and the call on August 15th, but then from August 15th to November, that short time frame to get the information out to our stakeholders and support for that November 5th election day. Are there any questions related to kind of the next steps in the timeline in the process? Okay. Moving on, I'm going to cover the food services budget. So again, by law, the board must adopt not only the general fund budget, but also the food services budget and the debt service budget. This is the first time I'll be presenting the food service and debt service. We've been highly focused on tax rates and the general fund. From the food service perspective, we are looking at adding the 2 new campuses, Tierra Rosa Elementary as well as Legacy Ranch. So we are projecting an increase of about $555,000 in revenue and a balanced budget on the expense side as well. This includes additional staff for the 2 new campuses, as well as the food and operational costs associated with running those campuses. So we're working on that, and this would be a balanced budget for food services. Any questions on food service? Okay. Debt service. This is an early projection based on, again, our property values that were estimated. Again, we will await the certified values upcoming in July. We'll look at how that calculates in terms of possibly adjustment on state revenues as well. Currently, we are projecting a deficit of $2 million in debt service. We are projecting the expense side to include the sales to this point, which include the spring 24 sales and the debt and fees associated with the current outstanding debt. This does not include a sale that would potentially occur in spring of 25. We have to wait to see what the values turn out, how much our debt capacity is, and how much we can sell at that point, and then figure out the fees. And so we will amend the budget as necessary after the sale if it's required. So this is our initial projection based on our current outstanding debt and revenue estimates. Any questions on debt service? Okay. That is all that I have to update. And again, we look forward to that August 15th public hearing and budget meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so moving on to item number 5 is our communication information item. Starting with 5A is our GPA class rank policy and guidelines for the class of 2028 and beyond by Mr. Motal, Ms. Cole, Ms. Twine, and Ms. Richardson.
Thank you. Yes, President Parsons, members of the board, Superintendent Snell, thank you for giving us an opportunity to update you on our GPA and class rank proposed changes. We are sharing this in the communication part of the board meeting right now, so we can, if you have any questions or dialogue, we'd be happy to do that. And then later on during action, we will be asking for your approval during action for these updated changes in the policy. I have invited our Executive Director of Teaching and Learning, Ms. Susan Cole, our Director of CTE and CCMR, Ms. Thea Twine, and our Coordinator of Counseling up here to do this presentation. They did a phenomenal job working the last 6 months to get us to this point to present to y'all, and so definitely want to give them an opportunity to share that information with y'all.
Thank you. First of all, huge shout out to Dia and Jamie Richardson for their leadership and guidance throughout this process. We are very excited to be here this evening. As I mentioned, it has been a process and a task, but it's really good work, and so we're excited about the proposed changes that we're bringing to you. So you might ask why changes are needed. So long story short, the last 3 years that the three of us have been in our roles, we have pretty consistently received feedback from many stakeholders, as you can see here on the screen, just with some concerns, some confusion, and wanting more clarity for out of our current policy and guidelines. So that's why we decided to go down this road. So the purpose of our GPA committee when we kicked this off was really to review our current processes and policy and really think about how we could look at the system as a whole to provide greater clarity for our students, staff, and parents. So what I want to note at the bottom of that slide is that any changes that are potentially approved this evening would go into effect with our incoming 9th graders with a new high school opening. They would go into effect with our current 9th graders for the class of 2028. So at our first meeting, we really spent a lot of time talking about what do we believe about GPA and what do we value. And we just wanted to have some shared learning together and felt this is really important for the discussion in the room to make sure we were all on the same page moving forward. We looked at our current GPA policy and guidelines as well as a number of different school districts around the state, around the region. This is what we landed with regarding our beliefs, and this was really the anchor document for all of our meetings with all the different stakeholder groups. So I'm not going to read these to you, but notice the dots out beside. Once we kind of all brainstormed and wrote this down, then we did have kind of a voting with those dots to see what we felt was the most important. But you can see student choice showed up a number of times. Kids are more than a GPA. So a lot of great discussion. And again, every group that we met with, we brought this out and we talked through that just so everyone was clear on kind of what our anchor and our beliefs were moving forward.
As you can see, our committee met several times. We started off with a core GPA committee. That was the three of us, both high school principals and a few of our counselors. We met a couple of times, starting off at the beginning, and then we expanded our committee to include more stakeholders. Our third meeting was all administrators from both high school campuses, Legacy Ranch and Liberty Hill, and then all of the counselors as well. And then we expanded even further to include our high school teachers. And then we expanded even further, including parents and students. And these are parents and students of our current senior, or not current seniors, but the ones that just graduated, kids who have gone through GPA themselves, lived it, knew what they liked, what they didn't like, had a lot to offer, great feedback from those students and parents. But we also had some of our incoming ninth graders. They were currently eighth graders at the time coming in to share the things that were important to them. Through those committees, we came up with 3 options. We came up with those options by reviewing and looking at what a lot of the districts in Texas do with their GPA. We looked at a lot of current policies from different districts. We also took ideas that some of our committee members had, and we created 3 options, as you can see up here. Various I guess levels or amount of things that were included into the GPA at different options A, B, and C. And the one we ended up liking the most with all of our committees, it was all committee feedback, it wasn't the 3 of us, but the committees all pretty much landed on option A. Some of the most important benefits, I think, are the student choice aspect of it. It really opened up, option A opened up the possibility for our students to really have freedom of choice, to explore the things that they're interested in and not feel bound to a GPA, to trying to figure out how they were going to get into those competitive colleges. They can do all of that and explore their interests in fine arts and CTE and those various aspects as well.
So I want to talk about the changes that we're proposing. So Dia just mentioned our benefits to option A. 2 of the benefits that really stand out and the changes that we're adopting or would like to propose on this page are the really removing limitations for students as well as providing greater opportunities. We are also adding the AVID program that's next coming school year. And that particular program requires students to be enrolled in an advanced course, whether that's AP honors or any type of advanced course that we offer. Well, if you see on the screen, our current board policy states that if a student earns below 70 in an AP advanced or honors course, they shall not be given the weight. We feel like this penalizes students for trying and taking a risk. It's almost saying if you fail, shame on you. We really feel like that any grade that the student earns in an AP advanced or honors class should be given the extra weighted point regardless of the grade earned. Our current system also says that if a student does not complete both semesters of an AP course, he or she shall receive regular weight for that course. We feel like if the student finishes the semester of the weighted course, they should get the weight. Many students, this means, a student could have 100 in their AP class, and if they didn't take it for the full year, we would be taking points away. So we're proposing the changes on the right. So our next set of changes have to do with what's actually counting into the GPA and rank. And this is where option A really honors student choice as well as allows for exploration. So currently, our GPA system really counts every course that a student takes into their GPA and rank, with the exception of the 3rd year and higher of fine art and PE and athletics. So there's no maximum on the number of credits that you could earn going into your GPA and rank. So we have students who earn the 26 that are required for graduation, and we have students who go well beyond that, even like to 36 credits. We think that in order to allow students to have choice and not feel like they have to constantly strive for more than, we would like to limit that. So we're recommending 4 credits in the areas of English, math, science, and social studies, and 2 credits in the area of LOTE. All of these are graduation requirements. Be counted into the GPA system for a maximum of 18 credits. So this would allow student choice by, if I know that I've done my 18 and I'm satisfied with the grades I've earned, that really frees me up to explore CTE. It frees me up to, maybe I'm a fine arts student and I'm interested in choir, but I also am interested in theater. I can explore those things because I won't feel like I'm missing out on that extra class I could have taken. We also, though, want to keep students motivated. So if I'm a freshman in my 9th grade year, maybe I didn't do so well in math, we added that we feel like students should be able to replace a lower grade. So if I went into my senior year, and maybe I've already earned my 4 credits of math, but I might take a 5th math or even a 6th math. It's not uncommon for a student to take pre-calculus and statistics, for example. They could take those courses, and if they earned a higher grade, it could replace a lower grade. There would still be a maximum of 18 credits, but there's always the opportunity to improve your GPA, which is how we calculate your rank. So it's not static. You can change as we go. And then lastly, these are current changes to weighting. There's not a lot of change here. AP classes would still receive 10 points added to their grade point average, as well as dual credit, dual enrollment. The only difference really is that we've taken out fine arts and we've limited it to core and LOTE. So instead of being all your classes, it would be the 4 cores and LOTE. So those are the proposed changes. If you approve the recommended GPA and rank system for the class of 2028, our next steps will be to meet with high school and middle school counselors and administrators to make sure that everyone has a firm understanding of how this GPA system will work. We will then begin communicating to families and students. We'll provide ongoing support to families and students before school starts for any student who would want to change their schedule as a freshman, as well as ongoing through our course selection process. And then lastly, we want to entertain any questions that you might have.
I just had one question. You said specifically freshmen, so current sophomores through seniors, this new policy would not apply to?
That is correct. They would be on the current GPA method.
Cause any confusion, you think?
No, you typically don't start mid-year you start with an incoming class. That way, when they start their freshman year, they know what they're aiming for. So if I'm a student who wants to be the valedictorian or salutatorian, I need to know what I'm aiming for. So we don't want to change that system midway through.
Pretty common for any changes to only affect the incoming 9th grader.
Any other? Yeah. Any other questions? All right. Well, I appreciate all the work on this. I know there's a lot that goes into it, and we want to make sure that we're doing the best for our kids. So thank you for all the hard work. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving on to 5B is our summer construction project update by Mr. Aiken.
And I was going to say, this team is headed off to Avid training for the next 2 days, so they are jetting out right now. So, yes, thank y'all very much, yes.
Yeah.
Good evening. Thank you, President Parsons, Superintendent Snell, trustees of the board. Pleased to come before you tonight and give you an update of projects that are completed, nearing completion, and/or in progress or forthcoming. And we'll jump right off into it. Okay, starting with our portable relocations, the portables that were located behind Noble have been relocated to Liberty Hill Middle School. PEC has come out and set their meter cans and looking to have them energized within the next couple of days. The Megatron Portable has been relocated from Santa Rita Elementary to Liberty Hill High School, which will become our Success Academy and DAEP. As you can see pictured at the bottom right, the fencing has been restored, as well as some fine grading to clean that area up. There in the middle is the picture of the Megatron Portable relocated to the high school, currently completing fence work. Plumbing has been completed. Same as the middle school, PEC should energize this week, and then we will have comms and fire alarm to be completed. As well, starting this week will be the decks, canopies, ramps, and awnings to button that area up. In addition to the Success Academy and DAP, and you'll see it pictured coming up, is the concrete work that is taking place, an added drive as well as parking for the staff on that side of the school, and we're looking to make that pour by the end of the week.
Can you remind me real quick, where, the portables that are going from Noble to the middle school, what are those being utilized for?
Storage
Okay.
at this time. Tierra Rosa Elementary, gym bleachers and flooring are complete. Cafeteria flooring and stage lighting is wrapping up this week, and we have punch list ongoing. Currently, we have our final fire inspection scheduled for the 18th, and then we've been working with Ms. Pennington and her team as she's looking to start having some activities and moving teachers in there to her campus. Noble Elementary, where the portables were located at, since those have been moved, we have installed the new older playground and then relocated the Littles playground. You can see it's a beautiful backyard. We did have some excess mulch that we are relocating to Liberty Hill Elementary to be utilized there. After visiting with the team in the next week or two, there are some grills, some concrete pads, tables that were left from foundation, and we'll get those removed to remove any dangers or hazards from that backyard area, which is fully fenced and secured. Rancho Elementary School. Playground improvements, as you can see pictured, we replaced a lot of the decomposed granite from the building out to the play area, as well as there was a need for a sidewalk connecting the back parking to the front of the building for after-hours events and parent events. And then pictured there on the top right is the turf play field. As well as off the picture, there is a kickball area turf field, which is in progress and should be completed next week. Admin Annex 18+ building, wall framing's ongoing, MEP, and structural reinforcing for the folding partitions. You can see pictured there, plumbing is in place underground with pourbacks taking place, overhead MEP, and wall framing progressing. Ag barn improvements, this has been a combination of projects after visiting with Mr. Motal, Ms. Twine, and the ag teachers. We have completed the addition of a feed room, flagpoles are installed, the access control and video surveillance are complete, programmed, and online. We removed all of the old pins as well as constructed and put together the new pins that were delivered. You can see there in the photos. The photo of the bottom right, as we began work and started removing pins, we found that the structures were in poor condition, and so we came in and did additional structural reinforcing to make those barns safe and secured. There on the top left, that barn was fully enclosed, didn't allow good airflow, so we added some hatch doors to allow those to be open during the summer months and closed in the winter for the heat. As well as not pictured, we did install a new perimeter fence around the facility, actually enlarged it a little bit, and then the reinstallation of the water troughs, that's been completed with final water connection made today. Transportation and parking improvements, final course base is complete. Concrete curbs and flat work are in progress. And then forthcoming will be the fencing, technology devices, paving, and striping. As of today and weather pending, we are scheduled with cure times and all to turn that over on August 5th with the staff returning on August 6th. So the buses will be moved back to the building at that time. Our technology building, wall framing is ongoing, MEP rough ongoing, and then concrete pourbacks are complete. And this project has a substantial completion of September 1. Liberty Hill High School press box refresh, framing, doors, and hardware complete, paint and flooring, as well as MEP and low voltage work all complete. Since this completion, there are a few items that we're going to go back and address. That'll be taking place over the next couple of weeks and ready for the start of football season. Liberty Hill Middle School additions and renovations, library storefront is complete, final paint ongoing, casework installation ongoing, as well as ongoing punch list. Right now we are scheduled for, bear with me, a substantial completion out and gone August 5th. Liberty Hill Middle School number 3, Legacy Ranch High School 9th grade. Landscape is in progress. Gym bleacher installation and technology equipment installation is in progress. Furniture has been delivered. We are working with the vendors and coordinating literature deliveries, and that is all pending the final fire, which is tentatively scheduled for July 23rd. Also, to provide an update, we have met with Ubiquity, the new internet service provider, and they are diligently working. They ran into some delays with permitting and have guaranteed us final service by July 26th, that Friday. And that'll apply to Tierra Rosa as well as Legacy Ranch. Liberty Hill High School football turf. The turf is complete. Demo of the track is complete, and they remobilized today to start installation of the new track surfacing, which should be completed within the next couple of weeks. Liberty Hill High School road extension and parking lots. You can see pictured, you may recall there were 3 large islands between the main building and the field house that were decomposed granite. Those have been removed, and we're going back in with new paving. They're pictured to the bottom right. We poured 600 yards last Thursday night. There at the top right is final pour. And then the picture on the left, that is the drive extension and added parking on the west side of the building near the Success Academy and DAEP. Liberty Hill High School number 2, baseball and softball fields are progressing nicely. You can see pictured there to the top right. Just to the east of the fields, pictured south, you can see topsoil is going in for revegetation. This Wednesday, we have a large flat work pour, and I know Joris has been coordinating with Hellas. They are striving for August 2nd for the early turnover of the baseball, softball fields, and tennis courts. And then as well for progress, you can see pictured there in the middle and the bottom is the building, still erection, currently ongoing, roof decking, MEP, wall framing, waterproofing, number of different trades working concurrently, and it's progressing very well. Projects forthcoming, we have some miscellaneous concrete improvements at Liberty Hill Elementary School, which will take place next week. We are looking to add some lighting under the back canopy at Liberty Hill Elementary School. And then upon the completion of the summer baseball and softball, we will begin the turf replacement at Liberty Hill High School baseball, softball fields. And then not noted in the presentation, but the 2 projects that are in design are elementary number 8 and the additions and renovations for Liberty Hill High School, which we will bring the next design development approval to you this fall.
When you say substantially completed, does that mean everything but punch list items, or what?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Just checking.
Justin, you touched on it, but could you clarify for me when the teachers will have access in the 2 new campuses to get into their rooms?
So right now, that is pending the final fire. We are scheduled the 23rd, next Tuesday, for Liberty Hill Middle School, and then for the elementary is this Wednesday.
So that's,
sorry,
that
Thursday.
was a different date than we thought. So we're ahead of the last date that we were given.
Yes, ma'am.
And that was the new middle school you were talking about, okay.
And the other question I have is not so much, I didn't see it up here, but I did have a question about the roofing for the 18 plus. Not so much, it's not that we need to replace it, but that roof was completely replaced during my tenure here, and I don't think it was more than 20 years ago.
Yes, ma'am. And that is actually an action item we have for later, and we can go into those details at that time if we can.
I thought we were going to discuss it.
We are. No, we'll discuss that.
Okay,
Yeah, he's got some
sorry.
details for you.
All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I will say I saw them working at the high school on Sundays on those parking lots, so
Yes, ma'am.
they're working.
So I'm gonna ask the same question. More of a direct. When will the or
It'll be upon receiving the fire final.
inspection?
The next day. Yes, sir.
So
7.
can start moving in and middle school.
Yes, sir.
And the other question I had is going back on your playground installation for Noble Elementary. I know at one time we had discussed a walking track. Is that still in the work, or is that being completed?
So that will be part of looking at master planning. There are a few concepts that have been discussed, and that'll be something that we bring before the board, just looking at future bond sales and doing the work at that time.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Ferguson, to answer that question, we have DG, like the old walking track was DG. So we have to replace that for the park and for Noble. But what we don't have, what he's talking about is a cement track or an asphalt track.
Okay.
Correct.
And they still have access to the running track, the old Panther practice field.
Is the construction going on at Liberty Hill Middle School, number one, is that keeping teachers out of the building, or are they gonna be able to be in, or staff, anyone?
You talking about the new band hall?
No, well, yeah, just the Liberty Hill Middle School.
Oh, Liberty Hill Middle, I'm sorry.
Yeah, the Liberty Hill Middle School, the renovations going on there.
So
Is
we
any
would
of that hindering staff or teachers?
We
from
would
getting-
prefer that staff not be in at that time, and under the areas that are under heavy construction, staff is not allowed, but in the classrooms, admin, the majority of the areas, staff can be in there at this time.
So the ones that are waiting, when are they gonna be able to be in?
That would be the 1st of August.
1st of August. But they could, I guess, be in somewhere else in the building, is what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Not in those spaces. Okay, thank you.
That's choir band,
Choir band,
Athletics.
Locker rooms, library,
Library.
and then there's a handful of classrooms in that 6th grade wing, Ms. Miller?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
But the last I was told, it was August 5th.
That's, yep.
for those classes that were impacted.
So that'd be the first full week of August, I guess.
Snell, a question that I have, kind of seeing how we opened up Bar W, and it was a little chaotic with the traffic because it was all new to everybody. Do we have any contingencies in place for the 2 new schools opening, especially TRE? Because, I mean, it's going to have almost, in a sense, one entrance, one exit, so it's going to be a high volume kind of, I know the schools are letting out at little separate times, but I mean, do we have anything in place? Any SROs kind of scheduled to be there to help direct traffic?
We will, because the first of school is a little chaotic anyway. So Tierra Rosa will have a plan for, and also Legacy Ranch High School have a plan for. But to your note, on Bar W, as of Friday, Stamp Iron still isn't open to get our buses out. So, is that correct, Joy? Yeah, so it's finished, it's complete, they
not
just
open.
haven't,
Okay.
yeah, and our driveway's poured, they just haven't officially opened it, so.
What are they waiting on? Do we know?
I'm not sure, is it the landscaping by the developer?
The county has not accepted it because of the landscaping, and D.R. Horton is held off because of the irrigation restrictions.
Irrigation?
They don't wanna put it in there,
Irrigation.
have to warranty it if they can't water it.
Yes, sir.
They can't water new sod?
Still, you're still under restriction by zoning.
They've usually allowed new sod to be watered, but they're not even allowing that. Wow.
Yes, sir. And then
Go sell them some AstroTurf, Chris.
Mr. Willoughby and I actually just discussed today is we're going to reach out to the county engineer and ask for a variance for our buses only to get to that bus entrance.
That'd be awesome.
In addition, just related to Bar W, not necessarily connected to it, but remember back in, I think about a year ago, we went into an agreement with the county and the city of Leander to build a light at Bar W in Rancho Siena, and they haven't started that either. So that's paid for, designed. I'm not sure if they're waiting on supply chain parts. I'm not sure. So we've asked for an update on that as well.
The concrete at LHG, is that in the back parking lot area where all the tore up,
Yes, sir.
gonna pretty
Yes,
it
sir.
up, make it more functional,
And cap it.
cap it, okay.
And that was originally as designed, it was to be a continuation of the island that's there. But then with the portables that are in place, we had to short track the drop-off path. And so for that, we left it out. Now that the portables are remaining, we're going to pour that flat work.
And not listed, I know we've had some conversations about it, the entrance and exit at the middle school, have you gotten any, off Champions in 29, have you gotten any traction? Has there been any more conversations with the city about that?
So what he's asking about is 2 left lanes?
Correct.
2 left turn lanes, yeah.
2 left.
So where we left it last was the city asked for us to pay for it. And I challenged that because that was their proposal. And there's not been any traction since.
Can you get, well, just out of
What-
curiosity, can we get a cost?
Yeah, what did they want us exactly to pay for?
Just a restriping?
The restriping,
But it was their idea to stripe it as it is currently, correct?
correct.
And it's not just us that thinks it's a horrible, like somebody else said somewhere, right, that didn't work?
Correct.
Okay, yeah. Okey dokey.
I'll follow up on that and report to you.
Yeah, I randomly thought about it, taking a kid up to Pack, and I was like, hey.
Is it typical, because the city owns that part of the road?
Just that
Just
entry
that
part.
entry part. Is it typical to just kind of, would you normally take input of who that affects, or would you just do it however?
No, I think what we need to do is get with the city, and either our engineer can give an opinion or theirs can, and then restripe it, and
Well,
we're not,
well, not to interrupt. I was just saying, that if they're wanting us to pay for it, because
they
they
never
already,
asked.
they already made the choice and did it, maybe they say, this is how we wanted it done, if you want it differently, you pay for it. Is that what I'm understanding? Is that kind of what they're saying?
So we had striping in place, and from that time, the city came in and changed the orientation of that striping. After receiving a number of complaints, they came back to us wanting to go back to the original, and with that, asked for us to fund it.
Okay, thank you.
So they
Definition of
changed
insanity.
it. They changed it,
Yes,
didn't like it, wants us to pay for it.
yes, ma'am.
Exactly what you think it sounds. I mean, I would love to know a price just so that we know in case we hit a brick wall there, but I mean, literally day one.
It
of
is
being
a
there,
struggle.
I went, why isn't this?
So the
That-
city proposed pricing to us, and it was roughly 30,000.
Can we
Well, a couple
has
things.
to
I
have
think
at
we
the
can
middle
get, for the amount of paint and the amount of geography, I think we can get a better price than that.
Probably.
So the way, my opinion on it is, if we're gonna pay for it, we need to be able to hire our own people to do it.
Correct,
And we need permission to do that, even though they own that little section.
correct.
And I'm not saying just to jump, right, I wanna, cause I know we talked about the concern of the,
Buses turning in.
yeah, buses turning in and that being, a little narrow. But I still believe if you go out there with a tape measure, that there's room to make it work if it's done right.
Correct.
It wasn't done right the way it is now. So,
And it would very much impact that school positively to get it done right.
the vast majority of the traffic coming out of there is turning left. So, I mean,
And the light is not, it's not, what, 10, how many cars
it's not
get
very
through?
long.
It's not very long.
10 is a gift.
Yeah.
President Parsons, member of the board, if you give us, just probably 10 days, I think we can have enough time for our internal people to meet, make sure we can make that right turn off of 29 on the Champions, get a proposal to the city and possibly,
On something.
get it painted before August 14th.
That'd be great.
And possibly look at the lights too, the length of the light at that time.
is that chief that decides that? The city?
No, it'd be TxDOT, the length of the
I'll try
light.
it.
Yeah, it'd be.
Liberty Hill's not big enough. TxDOT will.
I feel
Well,
like
then
we
that's not
have
gonna
one.
matter, right?
I feel like
Because
we
it's gonna be only during school, yeah.
We have that traffic study.
I feel like we have maybe more than one. Of course we do.
Let me guess, it only matters at 7 a.m. So, all right, thanks, Dustin.
Thank y'all. Anything else on construction? All right, appreciate it very much. It sounds like we're looking positive towards the start of the year, so thank you. All right, moving on to 5C is our updates from Superintendent Stephen Snell.
All right, thank you. First of all and foremost, congratulations to the board on being the Region 13 Honor Board.
Big accomplishment. I know my award, in my opinion, is tied to the high functioning of this board.
Vice versa, too.
Yeah, so I think we make a great team of 8, and the leaders in this room all make us look good with their work and strong teachers. So congratulations on that. Just as a reminder, when we win, because we expect to win in Liberty Hill, Friday, September 27th during the general session is when the state honor board is recognized. So I think just a couple, I think Kathy and the delegate, maybe we're planning on going, but we all might want to go down there on that Friday. Paula, do you remember what time the general session is?
It's like 4 to 5.
4 to 5?
It's right at it's right at dinner time, 4 to 5
Okay.
o'clock.
Mr. Snell?
Yes.
You might want to check too, that when we win, in the past, they have asked the honor board members that can stay to sit on a panel on the last day of the conference.
Okay.
So you might want to check if that's a,
I booked everybody hotels as of right now.
Okay.
All right, we'll see how that goes and more updates as we get them. I know my next round of interviews is on August 23rd in Austin. So I'm not sure how they do the board or where they do the board. So. All right, also, we had a great day today. We had our district leadership team retreat and kickoff. This was the first day that all of our leaders were back on, I guess the APs were the last ones that were on track. So all of our district leadership team, everybody you see in the room, plus the APs were present. Mr. Motal and the teaching and learning team took the lead on that, did a fantastic job. The book study we're gonna do this year is 212, Going the Extra Degree. I gave each board member a copy of that. We had a lot of great conversations about what it takes to get that extra degree to get water to boil and become steam, and then great things can happen. So kudos to Mr. Motal and his team. It was a great day overall, and thanks to the principals. They did a phenomenal job of making Liberty Hill even better than it was last year. All right, so now we go to TASB Policy Update 123. We have lots of legal and local updates this time around. So the first one is BBD, Board Members Training and Orientation, and basically what this update to the policy is if there is a violation of the Public Information Act,
that individual board members have to have training on it. So even though it might be a staff member that would violate that, and we have lots of checks and balances in place to make sure we don't, the board is the one that has to receive training on that. That's update to BBD local. BBF local, ethics, conflict of interest disclosures. There's some language added to make it even more transparent, to make sure, basically the spirit behind this change is they don't want board members to use a personal contact, business interest, or relationship to influence district spending. So there's a little, they beefed up the language in BBFA local. CKC local, safety programs, risk management, emergency plans. Basically what this says is the superintendent has to develop a procedure to notify parents if we have or investigating a violent act on campus. So they changed the language to that. CKE policy, safety and security. They made a lot of updates. A lot of them have to do with guardians and marshals. But basically CKE and CKEA, they've moved some language in the policies around that has to do with security responses. CQC local, technology, resources, and equipment. They've released a model health and safety guidelines for digital devices. So this new local policy recommended to meet the legal requirement that the board is required to adopt an effective integration of digital devices to the district, focused around student health. DCE local, employment practices, other types of contracts. Basically, this has to do with complaints, and it says even non-contract employees can request a hearing before the board to appeal a termination during the contract period that's located under DCE local. DGBA local, personal management relations, employee complaints and grievances, same thing. Revisions to CKE necessitates an update to cross-reference policies, has to do with related policies. EEH local, instructional arrangements for homebound instruction. So this is new. Student attendance accounting handbook prompted recommendation updates to this policy. Students may now receive homebound services for psychological as well as medical conditions. SAAH also indicates that weeks of confinement due to medical or psychological conditions do not need to be consecutive to qualify. So in the past, they did have to be consecutive, so that's a clarification.
How do they, what define homebound services?
So homebound services are, if we had a teacher that would actually go to the home and provide instruction, so the student who can't make it to school, either health or now psychological, would have access to a teacher to be able to turn their work in.
Does the medical professional determine that?
They do, yeah. And they'll be homebound. We'd have a meeting with our Students and Services Coordinator, and we would decide the amount of homebound services they would receive. Typically, not always, but typically they're after school and it's one of our teachers going to help them. And they get paid for that. Good question. All right, EF local instructional resources. This applies, EF applies to both instructional resources and library resources. So if you remember about a year ago, we split House Bill 900 hit and we split our policies. This used to cover them all. Now they recommend deletion of this policy. They have EFA for instructional policies and EFB for library resources. We split those already a year ago. This will go down. You'll go down one slide, Mr. Motel, thanks. So for instructional resources, you've got a clarification made that reflects the instructional materials must be chosen in accordance with stated objectives and administrative regulations and may include items from the State Board of Education list. At reconsideration, because remember we had talked a lot about reconsideration of library resources, it's got the same language for instructional resources as well. The changes recommended to align with the list provided in the new EFB local policy, which permits an employee, parent, or guardian to submit these requests. EFB, the next slide, is pretty similar. It's got the location of form for former reconsideration of library resources, the position for the person responsible for appointing the reconsideration committee, and the number of days allocated for appointing a committee, providing the material to review, and completing the committee's final report. Remember, we also made an adjustment to this policy that allows us to remove material during the review. Prior, it had to stay in place, but now we can review for library services. And I think that's it. Any questions on the updated policies? All right. All right, President Parsons, members of the board, we have the demographic update for the first quarter. Mr. Motel, if you can go to slide 3. We've got Region 13 enrollment trends. So you can see on that map, Liberty Hill and Leander and Hayes are in that dark green with a change of enrollment of over 2,500 students. So you see from that slide, we've increased 4,400 students between the 18-19 school year and a year ago, almost 100% growth in our district. We increased by 960 students a year ago. This is pretty interesting. Region 13 has a 5-year enrollment increase of 11,900, and Liberty Hill had 4,400 of those. That's pretty amazing. All right, next slide, Mr. Motal. All right, this is a key trend. You can see where we were back in 21-22 with annual house starts and closings kind of flattened out, and they've kind of come down a little bit. But closings exceed starts by 1,180. So we still have a large inventory. I think there's another slide where there's over 1,000 homes of inventory in Liberty Hill right now. All right, you've seen this slide before. It's been slightly adjusted. They rank them under annual closings. You can see Liberty Hill in the first quarter ranked 4th in the area behind Hayes, Georgetown, and Leander. You can see where we are in starts, closing, our inventory, over 1,000. VDL, if you remember, is vacant developed lots, and we have future lots of 8,400. So there's roughly 11,000 more houses in the planning right now. But you can see how that compares to Hayes at 40,000. And interestingly, you can look down the list a little bit. You see the futures coming to Del Valle and Bastrop, Pflugerville, even Elgin. And you can see that influence on Tesla and the Samsung plant. Mainer's in there. Hutto's getting a bump as well. And it's a different type of housing over there, but you can see where their focus is. All right, this has the new home starts and closings. You can see how that we had that big bump in 21. It's coming back to earth a little bit. All right, and this is the projections by current elementary zone. So the highest is in yellow, second highest in green, third highest in red. And you can see, if you bump all the way out to the future, you can see Louis Noble has 4,000 futures in theirs. That obviously includes Lariat and some other areas. Liberty Hill would include Butler Farms in that. And then, of course, Tierra Rosa and Santa Rita has a lot there. But we see the quarter starts, the annual closings. Both those neighborhood, well, Santa Rita and Lariat are looking at roughly 600 houses a year going forward, so we're definitely watching that. All right, this is the district, and the green is the active subdivisions. 30 actively building. We have 7 futures. Basically, in the first quarter, 470 lots were delivered. So we expect all those houses to start in the second and third quarters. All right, this is Northgate, and you can see the satellite view where the lower part of that is coming up the hill a little bit. Travis, can you put a red dot roughly where our school is? It's right in the middle north of that pond, right there, there's school site for elementary 8. And you can see this slide, that 958 lot totals include both Lariat and Northgate Ranch. You can see the price point where they are. Next, Santa Rita. You can see they're still in active growing, not only in the Santa Rita area that's called Homestead, but also looking up in Saddleback. Their Estates is still building, and El Dorado will kick off soon. El Dorado's not in green, but it'll kick off soon north of Santa Rita South. A little bit less expensive price point there. Bar W Ranch, you see where they are. 1,700 total lots, 500 future lots. They've got 150 vacant developed lots ready to go, 130 homes under construction right now. River Bluff across the road is just now getting started. They've delivered their lots, about 100 lots, so they've got 2 homes under construction right now. All right. Lively Ranch the same way, 76 homes under construction right now. One more slide, Mr. Motal. This is our multifamily overview. You can see the dark purple in the Kaufman Loop over there by Santa Rita. And then if y'all have driven down 29 close to 260, you see where that new apartment complex has kind of cleared the road, but those apartments go very, very quick. That's the one that's done their groundwork. Here's Kaufman Loop, right there by Morningstar and Omega Ranch. All right, here's our transfer report. Very interesting. Transfers in from Burnett, Florence, Georgetown, and Leander. You can see as we don't allow new transfers, just grandfathered, you can see those numbers are going out. But what's interesting to pay attention to is the transfers out. So the one in the middle where you see 100 plus students, that's KI charters. They provide a very specific niche, but you can see those other schools going out. Most of those are employee kids. Hallsville ISD is a virtual school, but you see charter schools starting to creep in. So you got Bases Texas, you've got Harmony, you've got Meridian, Orienda, and Valor Public Schools. So those numbers are starting to be significant. And then this slide, well, the last one, that just talks about the growth of charters statewide. And I think it is IDEA charter schools that if it was a district, and it's considered a district, they're the 3rd largest district in the state. IDEA charter schools. Next slide. Next slide. Looking at the 10-year forecast, forecasting out, this has slowed a little bit from our futures, but you can still see we're looking at 900, 800 students a year moving forward. So that growth is going to continue. Last year it was 12. As we grow, the numbers stay the same, the percentage will go down, but it's still roughly 900, 800, and high 800s per year. Next one, Mr. Motel. And this is a chart that we track to plan not only future schools, but future attendance boundaries. As you can see, we've got Tierra Rosa in there, and then we'll plug in elementary 8. And you can see the numbers moving forward for our middle schools. In that 26-27 year, we'll have middle school 3 ready to go. And then you see our high school numbers projecting out. So a little more manageable, but still steady growth, but manageable growth as we move forward. And that's the first quarter demographic report. Questions, comments on our demographics?
As the charter school numbers, you know, you're saying they're getting more significant. Those are students that could come and go. like if they chose to leave.
Correct, like they can come back
They
at
could come
any
back.
time, right.
So as that number grows, do we have to consider that more, or is there really, I mean, like, what if you had a year where you have a bunch that decide to transfer back? How impactful would that be?
It depends. I think when I look at that, because that was really my biggest takeaway, that our growth has slowed a little bit. I mean, still steady, still fast growth, but it's slowed a little from what we're used to. But the charter school numbers are very concerning, especially, I can't remember whether it's Valor or it's Founders, is building a school for, I think, 2,000 students right there on Kaufman Loop, close to Bar W. So,
It's Valor, I think.
Valor.
I think so.
So that's just always a concern when we don't want to, even though we're growing by 900, we don't want to start losing 100, 200, 300 kids a year. So we still want to do what we can to make Liberty Hill ISD the best option for our families.
Well, and I know Valor's a big charter school, but just in general, there are charter schools that, I don't know, they don't continue on for whatever reason. So then all those kids have to be dispersed somewhere.
Right.
And if that happens, you have to, you could end up with a lot of them coming back in.
These are hitting a niche. More and more kids are going to online schools that TEA currently doesn't allow us to have that option in Liberty Hill.
Well, it's just good,
but it's
it's
just-
a good chart to look at, though,
Yeah,
for thinking.
definitely watching out for the charter schools.
Hey, I had a question on the 10-year forecast by campus.
Mhm.
Bill Burden, Rancho Siena. By next year, both of those are gonna be, based on projections, over capacity.
Mhm.
And, I mean, are we looking at next year rezoning again because of that?
We might have to, so you look at that, Mr. Ferguson, that's 550, or 5,500 students divided by 7. Somebody do the math for me.
Get that
I was an English teacher, sorry.
785.
So 785, so we're running roughly close to that 800 limit that we want per school. Rancho can hold a little bit more, but I don't know that we want them to. Burden gets pretty crowded when they get over 800, but we're looking at that, like you look at Rancho out. Rancho's footprint's gonna need to get smaller. Burden's is gonna need to get a little bit smaller. We'll see some relief when we open elementary number 8 on the west side, but we're watching the east side closely to see if that number 9, because that's been a question, where does number 9 go? And we're watching Butler Farms and we're watching Santa Rita to
Yeah,
see
'cause
which one we need to do first.
Like opening number 8, right? Hypothetically on the west side, it's still gonna make a shift between more than just 2 schools because, I mean, to keep it in perspective, you're trying to shift based on the demographics. So naturally, it's just gonna create a vacuum for all the schools in line because you're not gonna have kids all the way on the far east
Right.
transplant over. So, I know that we've talked about it as board for elementary number 9, and I know the new Butler's Farm is a driving force behind that. But it seems right now like the schools east are starting to hit overcrowded numbers versus the west.
And as we look at future school sites, there's two roads that are gonna be a challenge for us. Number one is 214 in Lariat, the bridge that goes across that could connect with 183 and provide access from the east. I don't even think they're gonna start that till January of 26. So we might have a year with the only access to Lariat going in from 29. The other one is in the back of Santa Rita, looking at a school site in that southeast corner of Santa Rita. We need access to that Cross Creek Road, and right now, that's several developers, the school district and the county, trying to move that road from a private road to a public road and get it built. So there's 2 challenges that we've been working on for over a year, both of those. And then while we're talking about roads, leave this slide up, Mr. Motal. 260, the county wants to expand it to 4-lane between the 258 roads, so between the sewer junction and the new 258. They want to extend that 4-lane first and then go 258 all the way down to 29. But that road, 260 from
260, yeah.
Santa Rita up to our middle school and high school sites is in dire need of improvements.
Yeah, I
even
feel
without
like
expansion.
I feel like the new 258 is in better shape than 260 coming from 29 to. That's great. Anyway, also I don't know that anybody would utilize it, but you can get from Lariat out to 200 and up and out to 183. I mean, it would take probably
going
longer.
up to San Gabriel.
But you can cut 200 and 214 do connect back there. So it is possible to exit out differently. I just don't know that it would be long. But if you're desperate, I don't know. I mean, or you come out 200 versus 214 too, which would be similar probably. I mean, a little bit longer, but yeah, but it is possible to get out. I forget the name, that county road where 200 dead ends.
Dead ends 236.
Yeah, 236.
Yeah, that cuts over to 183.
So we're on top of the demographics and still talking to developers so we don't get caught with a massive build, but we're also watching interest rates and some other things that could increase home sales. All right, the last item I have for you under my updates is we did a cost savings follow-up survey. So we asked our staff 4 questions. Out of our almost 1,300 staff members, we were only able to get 239 to apply. But one of the big questions we wanted to ask were, would you be interested in getting paid twice a month instead of once a month? And of the response, most were in favor, or 2/3 were in favor of semi-monthly pay cycle. So the recommendation of administration is to start paying our monthly or our hourly employees twice a month and wait till we get more feedback. I don't want to take our professional staff, pay them twice a month if they're heavy on the bills at the first of the month.
Was this done after school?
It was. It was right at the end of that last
So that might be why there was
board
such a low amount of responses.
Yeah, because it was a
Maybe.
quick 4 questions.
I'm also kind of surprised that many would want to stay on a one time per month. I mean, it's just surprised. I would not have expected
Yeah, I thought it would be a bigger.
expected it to be that high.
Do you think that is, I mean, just asking, do you think that's because that's what they've built their finances around?
He did mention like some of the payment, like if you have all your payments set to come out.
Possibly, and one thing we need to do when we ask this question again, Mr. Ferguson, is I didn't have a question if, are you hourly or salary? So that could have an impact as well. All right, Mr. Motel, next question. All right, so we talked about paying a one-time $500 stipend as approved by the board. We asked them if they prefer a lump sum payout in October, lump sum payout in January, or split into 2 disbursements. And you can see there 3 out of 4 respondents want the one lump sum pay in October. So we will recommend doing that. Next question, Mr. Motel, or did you have a question?
Question on stipends, corporate world, school world, bonuses are taxed heavily. Are stipends taxed heavily on the teachers?
Are stipends taxed at a different
And
rate?
do they know that when they're filling out this survey?
We will make sure we communicate what that tax rate will look like. It's gonna be based on what they submit, but the rate overall, on their W-4, but their rate overall will be higher than.
Is it at 32%?
I gotta go back, I know it's higher, but I'll have to look and see exactly what that looks like.
Okay.
I believe it's at the higher.
All right, appliance fee. We talked a lot about this. We have several teachers who have either a small refrigerator, a microwave, or a coffee pot. We looked at it, by the way, a dorm refrigerator cost approximately $5 a month, a little over $5 a month, so it's approximately $62 a year. So we recommended an appliance fee of $50.
So, we had 40% roughly say they'll pay a $50 appliance fee that will cover the use of all appliances. We had 20% say, I don't want to pay it. And then we had another rough 40 that said, I don't use appliances in my classroom. So, our recommendation is going to do a one-time $50 appliance fee, and that fee will cover the cost of electricity in the classroom.
Who would monitor that for the schools?
So it would be operations, so we would just go around, let them apply, give them till Labor Day or whatever to apply for that fee, and then every appliance would have a sticker.
Yeah, well,
saying you're
and like you
official.
said, if you pay the $50 appliance fee, you can have your refrigerator, microwave, coffee pot.
Can have it all.
Is there, and I've got to ask, is there really that big of a cost savings by doing this?
Well, I mean, it depends who you ask, but it's, I mean, say $60 a year, we have, how many classrooms?
That's
Mr.
just for the
Montag?
refrigerator. If the microwave usage and. the
Microwave is
coffee pot.
negligible, coffee pot is negligible.
I'm just saying.
I mean, because, I mean, you can go on, and I mean, we got an electrical expert down here, but I mean, I could go on and argue that certain light bulbs in our facilities cost more than a refrigerator, a coffee maker, and retrofitting those and getting those upgraded to your LED bulbs is going to be more cost effective than a $50 fee charging teachers and staff members to have a refrigerator or not a refrigerator in their classroom. So I guess that's kind of what I was asking. Did we do our due diligence and look at everything? Because I kind of feel like we might get a little bit of frustration from staff if we do that, but.
I think not just the frustration, I think the worst part is having to go police who's got a fridge with a sticker on it and who doesn't. Like, that.
School HOA. That's what it feels like.
Yeah, school HOA.
So to answer the first part of that question, yeah, we looked at everywhere we could possibly save money. When you're looking at the size deficit we're looking at and possibly going to a Vader, you know, we're leaving no stone unturned. Well, this is one that teachers want to have these appliances in their room because the schools are big. They only get 30 minutes for lunch, so to go back and forth, and there might not be room or to wait on the microwave or whatever, they just have it in their room, it's better. But it is a cost to the district.
And I can respect that, and my concern is, you know, little steps turn into, you know, sometimes bigger boulders, and next thing I feel like we'll start doing is policing what the thermostat set on for the schools, so.
We should.
I was gonna say,
That would save us the most money.
that's what the
Watching the
biggest savings
thermostat
is.
turn
Are
to-
we not set already?
But hang on, that's my point, so, sounds like we're supposed to have that policy in place, but we're not executing it, so are we pitching another thing that hopefully sounds like it's
We
gonna
have
save
set
money?
points on our thermostats. So Mr. Willoughby
Well,
can speak
and I was
to
gonna
some of these.
just say real quick about the bulbs, because I know what you're saying, and I agree, is even just having lights on or off at different times, but I know there's a lot of upfront costs sometimes to switch everything over. Like, I don't
But
know
aren't there
that.
grants for that, for being more energy efficient?
There used to be a lot more grants for that, and, but keep in mind, majority of our buildings are new and have the new technology. So some of our older buildings have been retrofitted, and then we have some more work to do in that area.
Do we have an idea of how many refrigerators we have? Oh, you came up to talk about.
Yeah, but it's not just the electricity usage. Like, we've gotten it down to what hours in the day we're being charged more. The hours from 5 in the morning to 8 a.m. is one of the highest peak hours for electricity.
But is that something that they're charging based on the school consumption, or is that based on just hours of operation that is a blanket across multiple businesses?
It's a commercial time of
Yeah,
year.
it's
Correct.
commercial. I also do want to clarify, I believe when the survey was sent out prior to this one, wasn't there something sent out where we got feedback that this was something that teachers were willing to pay a nominal fee for the usage? Like, it was in general.
39% of them.
Well, no, I think there was wasn't there
was a
something
survey
there was
before
one
this
before this.
So one of the rumors that got out there is we're gonna take appliances away, which was never something we were looking at doing, but the rumors grow legs, right? So we started asking, well, would you wanna keep, if you had to pay a fee, would you wanna keep it? And the people we talked to, and it wasn't everybody, obviously, were, yeah, I'm fine paying a fee, I get it, then I'm putting a burden on the electrical bill for the school. So that's what this was born out of, but like, I mean, the total number of refrigerators, I'm not sure.
I don't recall. I put those numbers in a spreadsheet that you had asked for late
remember.
May. And that was a count after teachers had already left for the summer. So those were remaining items left in the classrooms, even though we had asked teachers to clean out their classrooms. So it's probably inaccurate. But if you figure we have 200 or 300 refrigerators at $50, $60 a year, and over time, that, I mean, it becomes a bigger issue than just a small one. I spoke with the engineer on Thursday who came to do a final site walk. This engineer is doing the energy consumption evaluation. They're going to provide for us a summary of how efficient we are in our buildings. And his preliminary response to us right now is that we are pretty efficient, and it's for the very fact that we have a lot more newer buildings and buildings that have been renovated. But he is going to bring some recommendations on how we can continue to save costs based on energy efficiency in those things that we run. So that is something to look forward to see a good evaluation. Where do we stand? What are some other ways that we can save costs and taxpayer dollars based on our buildings and what we have? A big one is the lights. That's going to be a light savings. Putting timers in the classroom so that if the device doesn't sense any movement in the room, it'll turn off the light, come back on with movement in the room or how long. And set points on AC units are big because, as you know, in the summertime or during those peak times and peak demand, that unit keeps running and we keep trying to get it down to 68 degrees when it can only get to 74 and it's constantly running. It's a big demand. So the anticipation is that we have a good summary of what we can do to save costs and energy and how we stand.
So with that said, would it be safe to speculate that we're gonna have a snapshot as of today, once this policy goes in place, and I look at Rosanna, because I know she's a number cruncher, will we be able to have a comparison 6 months to a year to lay them side by side to see what kind of cost savings we actually incurred based on putting these policies in place?
That's the anticipation, to see where we are now with our demand, our load, and our draw from PEC, and what we currently have, get this summary from the engineer, and then look at things we can do on how we can offset that. And if we curtail or limit or adjust set points, if we put some parameters in place as far as fees and that kind of thing, hopefully that's the goal, is to get a good comparison.
And then you mentioned that there's somebody coming around helping us look at our energy efficiency. So do we have a kind of a snapshot of all the schools and how they compare against one another and where some might be a little bit less efficient opposed to, like, hey, these 5 right here are operating extremely efficiently. This one's not. This one's operating poorly. What can we do? I mean, it honestly probably could just be 1 or 2 that drags the whole district down. But in a blanket, we're trying to make changes across, and I appreciate those because we're trying to pinch every penny we can. But are there some things that we're just maybe missing? And hopefully this guy that comes in and looks at how efficient the schools are operating energy-wise can point out some of those shortcomings and say, hey, if you make this improvement, it's going to drastically improve your overall operating costs.
Absolutely. That's the goal. That's what his purpose is to come in, show us what each campus does and doesn't save, how energy efficient they are or not, and give us recommendations on how we can button up campus by campus.
Will he be able to do a report?
Yes, sir. That's what they do. They'll have, and so he should have a summary to us. I had anticipated having one already, but the July 4th break put his company behind. So hopefully within the next 2 or 3 weeks, we'll have that summary.
Awesome.
Well, and just another way of looking at that on this particular issue, maybe it would change if we had more responses, but you're looking at 80% basically who are fine, because either they don't care because they don't use it, or they're willing to pay for it.
there wouldn't be a big change in those numbers, I wouldn't anticipate, because there's enough there to be statistically relevant. It's like any survey, if it's statistically representative, we would get more probably details on it, but those numbers probably wouldn't change
I just
much.
don't know where the responses came from or whatever, but yeah.
Exactly, and that's 60%, roughly 60%, 62, 63% of 240 responses. And we have,
Well, it's 80, really, am I reading that right? It's almost 40 and 40.
Yeah, 38, 39.
Those are the ones who are either, they don't care because either they don't use them or they're willing to pay, so, you know.
Is it possible that if we do this, that it be a, hey, we're doing it because the state's hosing us, and then we do away with it if funding goes through? Is it, I mean, just throwing it out there.
Well, I think what this was born out of is the just sheer amount of appliances in our rooms. I mean, I think Bruce used the described rooms as dorm rooms. You know, I got my refrigerator, my coffee pot, my microwave, I got a couch, I got a recliner, I
You really have coffee pots
I
in
got
classrooms?
lamps, I got
air fryers.
I got lights.
Yeah.
I mean, and hey,
I'm old school.
hey, we love our teachers and they spend a lot of time in those classrooms. They're dedicated. I get it.
They're there.
But that is a cost to the district, and if half of our classrooms, just half, we're pulling $50.
Because how many classrooms are we looking at? I mean, the bigger we are, the more it is.
My recommendation would be that teachers go in halves. Their neighboring classroom, get one refrigerator, 25 and 25.
Well, that sounds reasonable.
They go fours.
Or go for a way.
Or we design in the schools break rooms that are close to the teacher classrooms. Like if we have third grade, there's a third grade break room where you can go and have lunch and there's fridge and microwave in there.
So
But
And
the cost per
I
square
will
foot,
say-
that gets really
Well, and
expensive.
I
and
will
then you lose the camaraderie of the communicating with, because I know
Well-
some of our principals have like mentee programs where like third and fourth are together, or if they have like switch classes.
But you're talking about here, one of the biggest reasons was they can't get down, get their kids to the cafeteria, get their lunch eaten, and then back in the time. That's why they're wanting, that was one of the big reasons I heard, that this is in my room, I can eat my lunch, I can have my coffee, and I'm sure that they have that would cut down on camaraderie, and some things might, absolutely. But if one of the big reasons is, and I get the square footage, but if they can't, and I know I experienced this, I couldn't get down, get my kids there, get my lunch, and have 10 minutes to eat before I had to go out to recess duty.
Well, and I was just gonna say too, nobody wants to be having to charge for anything really, but we're not saying you can't have it. That would be, to me, saying, no, we're not allowing it is much worse than saying, hey, go in with your teachers around you and get a refrigerator and split the cost.
And the good thing is it doesn't matter where the money comes, right? Because to me, you know, donating something to a teacher, if my kids are in the classroom, you know what?
No, it doesn't
Most of
matter.
those
It doesn't
teachers
matter
put
how
out
they
an
pay for
Amazon
it.
wish list, the teacher could save.
$50 for my refrigerator.
Anybody willing to chip in, I'd do it. I mean, if
I'll
that was
pay
what,
50
if
bucks
that was
for a
all my teacher asked for, I'd be like, heck yeah, take it.
And I would suggest, if you're gonna put that wish list out, that you make a copy and send it to our legislatures and give them an idea of actual struggle that our teachers are going through.
Just to summarize, the idea about paying for appliances, the willingness to do that or not, came from teacher feedback when we sent out a survey, how can we save money? This was actually an idea that
That's
the
what I was
teachers-
originally talking
the
about.
teachers had presented of a cost-saving measure to help us as a district, so that was feedback we got back from the teachers. And I would say that the summary we get back will really help us dial in on decisions that we may or may not want to
We're
take.
not
There's
deciding
no
on this
size
right now, right?
restrictions, or y'all are not making them
No,
lease
it's
them
not
to
an
the
action
school.
item.
Correct.
Well, and I would also add that
They go,
I get that nobody wants to take things away, or nobody likes cutbacks or being on a budget, but to allow teachers, to me, it's a little bit empowering to be given choices and to say, look, this is what I'm willing to do to help. And then you have a little bit of pride in the fact that you're helping make a difference in a tough time. I don't know. It may seem small and piddly, but I think it.
It could be partners, that you have the apartment size fridge in your room, and it could be a couple of your teacher pals and you all go in together and your stuff's in there. But I think.
Because
I
yeah.
had
go ahead.
forgotten that was one of the suggestions that had come back from teachers, and I think we need to honor that too.
And this isn't unique to us. Leander does the same thing. I think Burnett does the same thing. It's not just a Liberty Hill charging teachers, and it's not a requirement. It's completely optional. So if they want to do it, great. If they don't, then they don't have a fridge in the room.
And like you said, they can get creative with
And I think for me,
sharing.
just at the end of the day, being able to see the data, because for me, from a business standpoint, if you're gonna put something in place, you gotta be able to, in a sense, pull data to see if it works, because I get it, big picture, we wanna decrease cost.
I agree.
But if there's no way of measuring that, and it's all speculation, I can make a lot of suggestions how we save money, and that's all they are at the end of the day.
And I want to go back to what Chris said earlier, who's going to monitor who has the stickers or not? That does not sound like an attractive job.
And then what do you
description to me.
do with the
And what-
person that doesn't pay it?
Well, I'm just,
Then there you are.
I
You find
have-
$50
maybe
that
I'm-
they already don't have.
maybe I'm a
Going
little
back,
bit too
that does not
optimistic, but I would hope our staff is, you know,
We would hope that
doing
they
what,
would,
I believe in our staff. I think
Agreed.
they're gonna do what they say they're
Yeah.
we
supposed
would
to.
hope that they would work on the honor system.
We're gonna find refrigerators that look like bookshelves. That's not a fridge.
Be
I
transformed
mean,
into a
unfortunately,
classroom.
unfortunately, the principals are gonna be the bad guys, right? Y'all are gonna be the ones that have to go in a classroom, and that's the thing that you don't wanna
They don't
see.
they don't have to
No.
choose that job.
You don't want them to go in and say,
Delegate
I
that one.
don't see your sticker for
They,
the.
they
Willoughby's
don't,
already
that's not
going,
their
no.
job.
I
That's not
wouldn't
their
want
job.
that to fall on the
Yeah, I
principals.
trust
That-
But I mean, who
that's
does
okay.
it?
There's always going to be some.
But
We
you
would have to
gotta
find a
have
guy.
faith. I
know
feel
a
like
guy.
I have faith in people.
In most people, I would agree.
Steve,
Other-
you gotta do
There's
it.
always going to
Other
be.
duties as the side.
Mr. Snell and I will do classroom visits more frequently.
Anyway, next.
Well, just one more question on the survey. One of the things that, we asked the teachers, what would help relieve some of your stress? And the feedback we got was having some of those professional development days to be a work-from-home day. So we asked that in the survey as well, and you can see 83%
I'm not
said they
surprised
would
by
like a work-from-home day. So we have actually identified those on the calendar. It is December 20th and April 4th.
Fall semester. April 4th is the Friday after the 5th, 6 weeks.
So 16%.
And December 20th is also having faith.
I think that's a
I
brilliant
just have
choice.
faith.
We're like, oh, I clicked on the
They
wrong.
just
I will
clicked
say,
no.
we got feedback from our principals in May, asking them what dates would work for them, and those are 2 dates that they had given us, one in each semester.
So input from teachers, principals on that.
Well, thank y'all.
So, y'all ask us to do that survey, there's the survey, there's the results. No board action required on that. But input is always
Boy, did we
wanted.
talk
We're not,
about it.
Well, now we're ready for when there is action.
yeah.
Okay, so ready to move on?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so moving on to item number 6 is consent agenda.
All right, thank you, President Parsons, members of the board. In your consent agenda, you'll find the minutes from the previous meeting. You see the financial reports. We have an order for golf, track and field, and uniforms for Legacy Ranch Middle School. We've got Santa Rita Middle School equipment, uniform, and coaches' gear. We've got purchase over 50,000 district vehicles. You see a list there of fleet vehicles to help and add. Remember, one of our cost savings measures is in lieu of reimbursement, we want our employees to use district vehicles to travel to professional development. And so we need the vehicles to be able to accommodate that, and there's some vehicles in there for maintenance as well. We've also got another cost savings measures, reclassification of expenditures to the 21 and 23 bonds. You see the advanced placement exams there. You see district-wide signages. That is for ADA signages at each door. We've already used that vendor and exhausted the 50,000 threshold. That's why that's on there. For the additional signages, we've got some instructional materials, the bond status report, the police report. You have a list of off-campus private and commercial PE substitutions for the 24-25 school year. You have the food service paid meal prices for next year. I presented the TASB policy update earlier. The approving of that is under consent. And then we have the Liberty Hill ISD Student Code of Conduct. There are no changes this year from last year, and that includes the dress code. No changes in dress code. And that is your consent agenda.
I'll entertain a motion.
I'll motion.
Mrs. Major makes the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Kennedy seconds it. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. Motion carries. All right, moving on to action items, starting with 7A is consideration and possible action on GPA class rank policy guidelines for the class of 2028 and beyond.
President Parsons, members of the board, Superintendent Snell, thank you for giving me the opportunity to come up and ask for your approval on an updated policy for our GPA and rank system. As we had shared earlier during communication, our proposed changes, and we're coming back to you now to ask for your action to approve those within board policy so we can begin the communication process with our staff members and ultimately with our students and families this fall.
If there's no other questions, I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion that the board approve the proposed changes to the Liberty Hill ISD GPA class rank guidelines for the class of 2028 and beyond as presented.
Mrs. Hargrove makes the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Mrs. Major seconds it. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. All right, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. So moving on to 7B is consideration and possible action on re-roofing the 18-plus building. Mr. Willoughby and Mr. Egan.
President Parsons, ladies and gentlemen of the board, Mr. Snell, the roof that serves the admin annex behind us is in need of replacement due to meeting the lifespan of the roof and extending the life of the building. Liberty Hill ISD staff recommends that Balfour Beatty perform this work, which includes removal and haul-off of the old TPO system, insulation, and existing deck. The new system will consist of new metal decking, insulation, new vent jacks, TPO, gutters, and downspouts. This will address the re-roof of Liberty Hill Admin Annex to protect the current work that's being done within the building. The cost for the work will be as follows and funded by the 21 and 23 bond programs. The Admin Annex, the new 18-plus facility, at a cost of $262,690.75, a $50,000 contingency for any unforeseen circumstances, for a total of $312,690.75. We recommend the board approve the re-roof of the Balfour Beatty in that amount to be funded by the 2021 and 2023 bond program as presented.
Mrs. Major, did you have some questions?
Yeah, and it's not, like I said earlier, not in terms of replacing if that's what needs to be done. But I guess my first question would, how long can we expect a roof? What is the lifespan? You said it has extended its life. So what is an average expectation?
So for that particular roof, it was re-roofed in 2010. Unfortunately, it was a subpar vendor and material that was used. Only a 10-year warranty was provided at the time. Essentially, that re-roof consisted of the cap sheet only. Nothing below that cap sheet. Insulation decking was addressed. And so what we have learned in having extensive conversations with other district staff, with Bruce, Day, and others, is from the time of that installation, and it was not done properly, it actually has ponding with water sitting on it. And so what we found as we have started construction is we had accounted for roof patching, and actually because there's the insulation that is there does not meet current code, and so we were going to install insulation from the underside of the deck. Due to the amount of patching and seeing the brittleness of the cap sheet that's there, that's where the question became, is it worthwhile doing a full replacement with a roof system that'll provide a 20-year warranty in lieu of a 10-year? And that is why we're here asking for a...
So in essence, it was poorly done with poor materials.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Dustin.
So in addition, Ms. Major, not to interrupt you, Mr. Ferguson, the building's been unoccupied since 13? When did y'all move?
That sounds right.
Yeah, 13, so it's been almost 8 years, 10 years
But
unoccupied
we
too.
didn't have anybody over there working that kept the system going, because I thought Tech was over there with storage and things too.
We do store things over there.
I'm just, and it's not, I was just surprised that we were replacing it because I remember that very clearly when we did that. And that we're having to do it again. That was, I just wanted to know, when you get down to the bottom of it, why?
And it's a good reminder, your point, about better to pay and have something done
Yeah.
correctly for the long term than to have to turn around and replace a bad job.
Because I don't know when exactly that building was built, but when they replaced it in 2010, that was the first time they had done that. So the balance of that seemed very out of whack. And it's not, yeah, go ahead and replace it, but do it right, because those kids deserve to have quality environmental space as well.
Well, and I think the key word was the decking, right? Because I'm sure that the roof that they put on 10 years ago, the quality of the roof itself is fine. It's the decking that it's setting on top of it that they didn't go in and properly support is what's causing the pitting, the sagging. So to add to what y'all are saying, it's not just putting a roof on it, and that's probably what they did 10 years ago because maybe they were in a budget concern. But you're basically scalping, resupporting, structurally changing, and then adding a roof. So it's going to carry a lot better warranty, and that roof would probably arguably be here for the next 25, 30 years.
Correct.
I want to say to that, Mr. Ferguson, there was a time crunch because weirdly, when we found the big leaks and the big holes was like 5 days before the STAR test, and that was the 5th grade wing. So they were in a hurry to finish it, but that they didn't go back or they used subpar just to get it done, just gnaws at me. So all I want is to make sure that those 18-plus kids have a quality environment and that it will be well done this time.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
anything we look at needs to be, again, like you said, Megan, quality, so it lasts a long time. That is more fiscally responsible to me than 14 years later now.
Yes, ma'am.
We're having to replace it at $250,000, which we could be using for other things right now. So
Yes, ma'am.
I'm done.
And Mr. Aiken, the warranty on the new roof that we're proposing is 20 years, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we might get more out of it, is what
So, I mean, you should. I mean, unless, I mean, you don't really have trees above you banging on it, dropping stuff on it. Yeah, I mean, it's the structure. I mean, those people don't realize how heavy metal roofs are. They're extremely heavy. And that building was built how long ago?
I think it was 68 or 69, has a lightweight concrete top of the deck.
Yeah.
Wow, yeah. All right, any other questions? I'll entertain a motion.
I make a motion that the board approve the re-roof by Balfour Beatty in the amount of $312,690.75 for Liberty Hill Administration Annex new 18-plus facility to be funded by the 2021 and 2023 bond program as presented.
Mr. Ferguson makes the motion, is there a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Neighbors seconds it, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? All right, motion carries. Thank y'all. And then continuing on to 7C is consideration possible action for additional concrete flat work and rock rip wrap at Liberty Hill High School Stadium.
President Parsons, ladies and gentlemen of the board, Mr. Snell, this is to address a continual maintenance issue to maintain decomposed granite from under the stands, eroding and filling the storm drain systems and washing onto the existing track and track into other areas due to foot traffic. This is at Liberty Hill High School, Panther Stadium. We recommend regrading and adding riprap, it's called bull rock, a large rock, to add that rock under the home side of the stadium bleachers where erosion has taken place and pouring concrete on the north side of the home stands. That's the area between the home stands and just getting off into where the band comes in and out on the north side of the track. With the job order contract in place, the district staff recognizes the benefit of cost savings of performing this work through the JOC and not a general contractor. And we recommend Price & Sons Construction to perform the work as proposed. The cost for the concrete flat work and rock riprap is as follows and is to be funded from the 2021 bond program. Price & Sons Construction $135,330, and an owner contingency for unforeseen circumstances of $30,000 for a total of $165,330. We recommend the board approve this additional concrete flat work at Liberty Hill High School, Panther Stadium, in that amount to be funded from the 2021 bond program, and authorize the superintendent to negotiate final terms of the agreement.
Can we repurpose there elsewhere? Y'all just going to compact?
So the majority, I would say 90% of the decomposed granite has washed out, and that is part of the reason for continual erosion, and then the washout onto the track. I know that 2 summers ago when we did the stadium expansion, the complete storm drain system was full of the granite. We hauled off 27 end dumps that had been washed out of the storm drain system. It was all contaminated, could not be reused. And so at the time, we addressed the issue with adding a gutter system underneath the bleachers to collect any water from the trash deck above. That has helped, but again, it has eroded so badly, and with the inlets that are there, this is needed.
And so this is the north side of the stadium that we're doing this on.
So underneath the bleachers in its entirety, so from the walk deck in the south or the lower section of the bleachers, we will regrade, put down a liner, and then the rock riprap where that's eroding because it's at a steeper slope. On the north side of the stadium, we need to do some concrete retaining walls and then additional flat work to really control that area, because right now, essentially it's like a river because everything's funneling to that corner to get out from underneath the bleachers, and that's the portion of concrete that's being proposed.
We had talked about, I'd visited with President Parsons about doing some concrete flat work on the south end between the bleachers and the concession, just because that's a pretty steep slope. What can we do? But the fixes are complicated, so we'll have to come back to you at a different time for that.
But this should help. You say the water's running that direction anyway, to some.
It's more of an aesthetic thing on the south side, right? This is an issue because it all runs out on the track and it's nasty.
It
Well, I
runs
think
out
it's-
on the track under the 2 new sections on both
Can we
sides.
not build a retaining wall? But
So,
cut it down?
so one of the things that is part of this proposal in regrading is that it gets really tight because it goes from, however high up to nothing at the bottom. So one of the things that we're gonna do is 8 feet from the face of track where the bleachers tie in is actually create an 8-foot wide swell. Do it 24 inches deep to channel that water to the area inlets that are located underneath the stands, to help divert and collect that water, but clean water. And right now with just having decomposed granite or dirt, that's what's filling up the storm inlets, so they're not serving their purpose.
When you talk about regrading or the aesthetics of that area on the south side between the stands and the concession stand, if you think about it, the amount of DG that had washed out of there over the past 2 years to the tune of 27 truckloads, we haven't replaced it with that same amount. We've gone back and we've kind of smoothed it over and capped it and polished it up a little bit. As you look at the concrete flat work in that area and in front of the stadium or the field house, it's starting to wash out from underneath those concrete slabs and flat work, which could eventually lead to it cracking and breaking. So if we go back and replace with fresh decomposed granite, it'll make it look better and it'll provide support, but we're gonna face that same issue time and time again with that running into the drains. And so we're gonna find a way to come up with a solution to prevent that washing out in a cost-efficient manner and something that'll look nice in that area. It's also a safety issue, that it continues to get steeper, those things get rutted up, and people moving in and out across that area, as well as on the visitor side, those are ruts and just not safe.
So just to make sure we understand, we're working on the north side and the whole front area, and then we'll come back
Yes, ma'am.
regarding the south.
We'll come back to that other area when we have a better plan.
Okay. All right, if there's no other questions, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make the motion, the board approve the additional concrete flat work and rock riprap at Liberty Hill High School Panther Stadium in the amount of $165,330 to be funded from the 2021 bond program and authorize the superintendent to negotiate the final terms of the agreements.
Mrs. Major makes the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Ferguson seconds it. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. All right, motion carries. Thank you. All right, action item 7D is consideration and possible action on the endorsement of candidates for the TASB Board of Directors. Mr. Snell?
All right, thank you, President Parsons, members of the board. At this fall, the TASA TASB Convention, delegates will vote to elect candidates for the open spots on the Board of Directors. For TASB, school districts can endorse candidates before August 29th. By TASB rule, if a majority of active members of a region endorses a candidate, that individual will be elected to the board. If at least 25%, but not a majority, endorse the candidate, that individual will be included on an official ballot at the TASB Delegate Assembly in September. So, we are recommending to endorse or re-endorse Ms. Kathy Major for the TASB Board Region 13, Position C, as presented.
All right, I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion that the board approve the endorsement of Kathy Major for Region 13, Position C as presented.
Mrs. Hargrove makes the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Neighbors seconds it. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. All right, motion carries. All right, the board will go into closed session as permitted by Texas Open Meetings Act, Government Sections Codes 551.072, Real Property Deliberations, 551.087, Economic Development Negotiations, and 551.074, Discussion of Personnel. The time is 7:51 p.m., and then trustees, if you'll please turn off your microphones. p.m., and the board returns to open session. Starting with item 9A, consideration and possible action on the interlocal agreement with the City of Liberty Hill for wastewater for Legacy Ranch High School. I will entertain a motion.
I make a motion that the board approve the interlocal agreement with the City of Liberty Hill for wastewater for Legacy Ranch High School as amended and authorize the superintendent to negotiate final terms.
Mr. Ferguson makes a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Mrs. Major seconds it. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. All right, motion carries. Excuse me. 9B is possible action on personnel, starting with 9BA, consideration and possible action on growth position for Tierra Rosa Elementary. I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion that the board approve the growth position for Tierra Rosa Elementary as presented.
Mrs. Hargrove makes the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Neighbors seconds it. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. All right, motion carries. Moving over to 9BB, consideration and possible action of accepting resignations. I'll entertain a motion.
I make a motion that the board approve the resignations as presented.
Mrs. Major makes the motion. Is there a second?
A second.
Mr. Ferguson seconds it. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Motion carries. Item 9BC, consideration and possible action on employing personnel. I will entertain a motion.
I make a motion that the board approve employee and personnel as presented.
Mr. Ferguson makes the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Kennedy seconds it. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. All right, motion carries.
I'm reading ahead.
Moving to 9BD, consideration and possible approval of the principal for Rancho Siena Elementary School. I will entertain a motion.
I make the motion that the board approve Robert Gillis as the principal for Rancho Siena Elementary School.
Mr. Kennedy makes the motion. Is there a second?
I second.
Mrs. Hargrove seconds it. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. All right, motion carries. Welcome to Liberty Hill. Very good, very good.
Mr. Gillis, would you like to introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your background, please?
That's fine, wherever. You're good.
So I've been in Leander for the past 6 years at Leander Middle School. Mark Kohler is actually the one that hired me. So saw him come over here to Liberty Hill, and I moved to Liberty Hill 2 years ago, and I've just fallen in love with the community, my family, and just the family overall atmosphere that Liberty Hill has. My family currently is going to continue to go to Leander, but I'm going to kind of be working on my wife to get my kids over here into Liberty Hill. And I'm just super thrilled and excited to be here. I also started in Rogers ISD teaching and coaching, and there I actually worked with Coach Walker in Rogers, and so he was just always raving and talking about how great Liberty Hill was and how he one day wanted to get back into Liberty Hill. And so that kind of got me thinking, like, you know, back in my head. And so as my family moved down here, you know, especially moving to Liberty Hill, this is just a place I really wanted to be. And so I'm just thrilled and excited to be here and continue the tradition of excellence that is Liberty Hill. So thank you all so much, and I'm happy to be here.
Well, we're looking forward to having you, so thank you. All right, and then 9BE, consideration and possible action on superintendent goals. I'll entertain a motion.
I make a motion that the board approve the superintendent goals as presented.
Mr. Neighbors makes the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Kennedy seconds it. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. All right, motion carries. Moving on to item 10 is board president comments. Our next board meeting will be a special called meeting on Thursday, August 15th, 2024. We still, you just wait to discuss the times. Well, we had been talking about changing the meeting times for our regular meetings, and we still are missing a board member tonight. Are y'all wanting to just wait on discussion of that? Because it requires board policy change.
Is it just for that one meeting, or is it moving forward all meetings?
For all regular meetings going forward, if we change the time, and we have to change board policy.
But the next meeting is a special meeting, right?
Yeah, special meeting wouldn't necessarily, we could change special meeting times. It doesn't matter. It's just the regular meeting.
I think I would recommend us waiting.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
You're not here for the next one, right?
The 15th one, yeah.
I didn't know if that was your baseball trip. Okay. Maybe we
Are you here on the 19th? Or is it the 19th, 15th, 16th? Okay, you are? Okay, so,
We can discuss it then.
okay, yeah.
Kendall's not here.
I'm just saying, for the guys that have territories outside of the Liberty Hill Prosper, like, I mean, I drove in today from Houston and got here 5 minutes before the board meeting.
Okay.
So,
So it's just hard to think about changing, maybe. Okay, well, we can either discuss it or, later or.
Nobody's here.
Okay, all righty. So now we'll entertain a motion for adjournment.
I make a motion that we adjourn the meeting.
Mr. Ferguson makes the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Neighbor seconds it. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. All right, meeting's adjourned. It is 10:09 PM.